What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to another build. Today, I prepared something amazing, a huge build that is going to teach you a lot. In today's video, we are starting a new project. We are going to build a full stack LMS application, learning management system app, where course creator can manage their courses and users can follow and go through the courses. Something similar to Udemy or Masterclass or a lot of other LMS applications out there. This is a great tutorial if you want to learn mobile development, get more into Expo, Supabase, React Native, or if you are someone who wants to launch either a course marketplace or if you're a course creator and want to build an application where you can serve your courses. This is an amazing space where there is a lot of opportunities. So if you're going to build something amazing following this build, please share it with me. I would really love to see what you guys are using this for. And this is going to be a tutorial, very modern for nowadays. We're going to learn a lot of AI skills. We're going to use a lot of AI tools to make sure to accelerate our progress so that we can focus on the big picture and not necessarily on small details of aligning a text here and there. So with this, it will allow us to move fast. It will allow us to build a lot more in the next 4 or 5 hours compared to what previously was possible. However, I'm always stopping and explaining the most important things in order for you to understand what you are actually doing. Because in a lot of cases, it's really important to know the architecture, how to structure everything, why we're taking some decisions. And AI is just a tool. It's the skills behind the developer using the AI that matters. And my goal is to help you become a better modern developer that can use AI to accelerate their output. So, what exactly we're going to build today? We're going to build a learning management system, an app for online courses. It's going to be full stack. We're going to build both the backend and the client-side applications. Most probably it's going to be both mobile and web, because managing the courses, I think, is going to be easier on the web. Consuming them would be easier on mobile. And with React Native and Expo, we can do that. Because this is a complex, multi-sided application, we're going to split it in 2 parts. In this part, we're going to focus on the user side, but we're going to cover a lot more than that, such as setting up the database, setting up the authentication, all the applications, and the user side application where he's going to consume. In the user side application, we're going to implement searching, joining, enrolling into the courses, consuming them, watching the videos, managing their progress, managing the nodes, the resources, and so on. In the part 2, we're going to cover the course creator side, where creators can manage their courses, can upload them, can manage the material, and see analytics about their projects. The tech stack used in this project is going to be the following. On the mobile application, we're going to use, obviously, React Native with Expo. We're going to use Expo Router for the navigation, and it's going to make it a lot easier to host it, to target the web as well, because the course creator side most probably is going to be both mobile and web. And we're going to use NativeWind for styling the application. When it comes to the backend, we're going to use Clerk for the user authentication and user management. Clerk is going to make it a lot easier for us to manage multi-role authentication, where we have like end users and also course creators. We're going to use Supabase for the backend database for the storage. And we're going to use some AI tools as well, such as screen designs for UI design, Claude Code, that's my AI editor of choice, and Cursor, like I use Cursor, but I just use it as an editor, not necessarily like the AI coding agent. But in your case, you can use any other coding agents that you prefer. I'm going to explain like like the way we are using them, the prompting, like how we are instructing it, what step-by-step things we can do, and you're going to achieve great results no matter what agent you're using. So before we get started, I want just to mention that this project was made possible by Clerk. Thank you very much, Clerk, for sponsoring this video. If you don't know yet about Clerk, you're missing out, because Clerk is the best way and the easiest way to implement user management, user authentication, and authorization. In the times where we can build anything with vibe coding, I highly encourage you to not reinvent the wheel when it comes to authentication, because that's the first thing that can fail when it comes to security. So you don't want to mess around with that. You'd rather go ahead and integrate Clerk in a couple of minutes and sleep well at night, knowing that your infrastructure when it comes to users and authentication and user data is managed properly, it's managed securely. Moreover, Clerk just announced their pre-built React Native components, which I really want to show you how to use today, and we're going to get into that a bit later. So thank you very much, Clerk, for making this project possible, and you can check out Clerk following the link in the description below. Anyway, let's go ahead and run the intro and get started. All right, perfect. The source code of this application is going to come soon and is going to be accessible through the Notion guide. And to get access to this Notion guide that is going to contain all the links, all the commands, all the code, and so on, go ahead in the description, open the step-by-step guide here. It's going to redirect you to our website. And by leaving your email, you're going to receive on your email the link to the guide. And the guide is going to open like this in your browser. And as we're going to move along, I'm going to add more things here to help you implement it as well, and to help you follow along, because I was not sharing the screen. So just quickly to recap, go into the video description. Here is the link, notjust.dev/project/LMS. Leave your email here and get the asset bundle on your email. Yeah, I highly encourage you to build it together with me, because it's a lot of fun. It's going to be a crazy project that you can add it to your portfolio as well in case you're looking for a job, and it's going to be really, really good for you. So let's go ahead and start by creating a new project. Here I have like a small demo if you're interested in some of the things that I was preparing. For example, we can explore the courses, we can enroll, we can go ahead and start watching the lessons, mark as complete, move to the next one, and so on. And on the profile side, this is everything pre-built by Clerk. So we didn't have to do anything here, like everything is Clerk. We can update our profile. We can sign out and manage all the sign in, creating an account, verifying, forget password, and all the flows managed by Clerk. And you're going to see how easy it is to do, like it's maybe 5 minutes. Okie dokie, here was our project. I'm going to close it for a second. Maybe I shouldn't have to, but it's okay. We're going to do everything ourselves. Let's open a terminal. Let's zoom in here. And let's go to the folder where we keep our projects. From here, we're going to start by creating a new Expo project using the Create Expo app. We're going to do at latest to take the latest version. We can give it a name, for example, LMS, and we need to set a template, which is going to be SDK 55 in my case. SDK 55, where it's going to be default. So template space default at SDK 55. I'm going to press enter. The default is going to contain Expo router installed and a couple of screens for us to see what's going on there. And the at SDK 55, it's the latest SDK version at the moment of recording this video. If you're watching this later, you can use the latest SDK version of Expo that is currently available. Yeah, that's most of the things that I wanted to share. What version of React Native are you using? We are using the latest version of React Native supported by SDK 55, which I think, like, I'm going to show you in a second, not to be wrong. Hello everyone who is joining us live. How are you doing, guys? Once we see that our project is ready, I'm going to open it up in either Cursor or Visual Studio Code or any other editor of your choice. Doesn't really matter. Here we have it. I can even close the terminal. I'm going to zoom in a bit. I'm going to right away open the terminal by pressing Command and caret, and here I'm going to do npm start. This is going to start the development server, so we can already see what our new application looks like. And from this menu, like if you want to see all the available commands, just press question mark. You're going to see them, and I will use the iOS simulator here by pressing I, and it's going to say like, hey, we would like to install Expo Go. It's an application that can run Expo. Expo Go is a mobile application, a mobile client that can run Expo apps. It has some limitations. We're going to talk about them a bit later, but for the beginning, it's perfect. If you don't have iOS simulator, you can press A to open it on Android emulator, or if you don't have that either, the easiest way would be to just download Expo Go from App Store or Google Play Store and scan this QR code on your physical device. Anyway, here is our application. We have two tabs, Explore and Home. We have some instructions here, but that's not really the point. The point is that we have a working application. All the code for this application is in the source, and a very important folder is our source app, because this is our Expo router folder where we keep all our screens. For example, the index screen is going to be the first screen that we see. In this case, it's going to be this home screen. And you're going to see that if we scroll down, we're going to see this welcome to Expo. And if I say welcome to the live stream, it's going to right away update here on the screen, which means that everything is working perfectly. Now, what I will do before we continue, I'm going to run, if you look in the package.json, I'm going to run a command called reset project that is going to delete all the components, everything from here. So let's open a terminal. I will open a new one here, side by side, and I'm going to do npm run and reset project. If you want to move the existing files to the example so you can look back at it to see how we implemented some of the stuff, you can say yes. Let's actually do yes. And you're going to see that our source folder remain very empty, just an application with one screen. And then we have this example with everything that we had before. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead in the first terminal, press R to reload our application. If that doesn't work, we can actually stop the server by pressing Ctrl+C and doing npm start -- clear to start it and clear the macro bundler so that we know that everything is fresh. Now if I press I to rerun it on iOS, come on. My iOS is kind of stuck. I will close everything. And if I will do I again, here we should have like a very empty page. Okay, yeah, we see we can get these tools out of the way. We see the index screen, which is this home screen that we have here. Perfect. What I'm going to do is actually I'm going to do git add, git commit reset project, and I'm going to commit this, creating a checkpoint so that later you can look at every single steps that I'm doing in this project. And that would be the easiest way to follow along and to see some changes that I'm doing during this project. In fact, I'm going to go right away on GitHub. I'm going to create a new project, calling it LMS. I'm going to make it public. I'm going to create the repository. I'm going to add this origin here. I'm going to do git push origin main. And now if I go here and refresh the page, you're going to have the source code. Usually you're going to see the end result here, but I encourage you to go and press on the commits, and you're going to see all the commits that we are doing. And the last one that we've done is the reset project, and you can see what exact files we have changed here, like what we added, what we removed, and so on. And later on, like if we develop a component that you want, first try to generate it yourself with the web coding tools that you are using. If not, you can look into that specific commit and copy paste it in your project. Anyway, and the link to the source code you're going to find in the guide. So in the guide, if you reload the guide, you're going to see the source code at the top. Perfect. Now with that being said, what else are we going to need? Because we are going to use some AI coding agents, I highly encourage you to add some skills to your projects. And skills is a group of files that improves the AI coding agent. It has instructions on how to perform some specific actions. And depending on the tools you're using, depending on the outcome you have, you can either build your own skills or you can browse other skills from the market. You can go to skills.sh, which is just a directory of different skills. And you can search, for example, skills about Expo. Here they are. And you can see how you can add them to your project. And it tells you like this skill helps you integrate TailWind CSS4. In my case, for this project, let's go ahead and start by doing npx skills add and just do expo/skills. This is a group of skills managed by Expo, and I find them using them improves how the AI coding agents generates code for Expo specific. Here, we're going to select a couple of them. I'm going to select building native UI. If you're using API routes, select this one. We're not going to use them. Let's do dev client, TailWind setup, and data fetching. And maybe upgrade Expo, but that is going to help you upgrade your project to the latest version. I'm not going to select it because now I'm not intending to upgrade, and I can add them later whenever I want to upgrade. Let's press enter. Here you can select what agent you're using. In my case, I'm using Claude Code. So I'm going to select this one. And the installation scope, where do we want to install? I'm going to select project. And the method, I'm going to go with recommended by creating symlinks. And I'm going to press yes. This is going to create two folders. The .agents, which is a very general folder where all the skills are downloaded. And as you can see, they're basically a skill.md file that has instructions, that has rules, that has like specifications on how to build, for example, native UI in this case. And the next, for example, in my case, .cloud is just simply links towards those skills. So this is, one is generic, one is specific that your agent will see. So if you're not using Claude, you can use like Cursor or any other agent that you might choose. Yeah, go ahead, explore other skills that you see here. For now, I'm just going to do git add, git commit -m skills. Perfect. What next? Skills. You see that I added a bit more. And maybe also we can start initializing Claude. So to start Claude, you can install it first and then we just run Claude in our terminal. We say, yes, I trust this workspace. And the first step that I want to do whenever starting a new project, even here in the tips, is running /init command. This is going to analyze the project and initialize the CloudMD file. It says that I need to re-log in. Let me do that. Hopefully I'm not going to expose any tokens here. And I see that login was successful. So now I can do the -init as I was planning to. So yeah, this command is going to look at the project. It's going to understand like what packages, what folders, what architecture we currently have, and it's going to create a new file called CloudMD that we can later keep updating it to make it better, because the AI agents are going to be as good as the context that you're giving, as good as your MD file, as good as your docs, and as good as you're instructing them to be. So here we have it. I'm not going to usually check it. I'm not going to look a lot. I'm going to go like the vibe coding style, but as you can see, it has like a project overview, an LMS, a React Native, Expo module, and so on. Key dependencies. And usually like after you work and build with Claude, from time to time say like, hey, update the CloudMD or other documents, and it will automatically keep itself up to date. Anyway, I'm going to go into, maybe I'm going to even tell him like commit changes. And it's going to see if I have changes and commit them to Git. Let's do yes. Okay, next step. The next step is setting up NativeWind. NativeWind is a library that brings Tailwind CSS classes to React Native. If you don't know about Tailwind CSS classes, this is basically a pre-built set of classes that helps us style components easier. You definitely should go to Tailwind CSS documentation, because even though Tailwind CSS is built for web, by using NativeWind, we get access to these classes. So their documentation is really great. So you're going to search different things here and see what classes we need to use. One way to install NativeWind is to go through the docs and follow all the configurations here, where another way would be to use the skill that we have installed, Expo Tailwind setup. And let's just tell Claude, hey, install and configure Tailwind based on the skill. Let's press enter. And at this moment, I think that Tailwind setup is not one of the easiest. It's very clunky, there is a lot of things going on there. So it's either a hit or miss, but hopefully in future it's going to get easier and easier. So let's hope that it's going to work. Yeah, yeah, we see that unable to resolve dependency right away. Yeah, let's see. So I'm going to do yes. Do you want to proceed? Let's do yes. Okay. Yeah, if the AI fails, you can go ahead and follow the documentation here to install and set up NativeWind in your project. And I would also encourage to go with a version 5. Let's see what's going on. In the package.json, we see NativeWind install version 5 preview. If you're doing this later, like most probably you have like a later version, but for now it's good. This is like what I'm not, what do we have? React Native CSS encounter. Okay. Let's do yes. Most probably it's like almost done, so we'll see. Like I'm going to come back here, but I'm going to go back where our project is running, where our Metro bundler is running. I'm going to stop it, and actually I'm going to start it with --clear because we had a lot of changes to our configuration. Now, if I do I to run it, let's see if it will work from the first try. And in the source application index, we see that the view and the text is no longer imported from React Native, but from a folder TV, which stands from Tailwind. And 1 second, logbox overlay module failed to deserialize. Fail to deserialize usually means that it's an issue that is very current, and it's because of these resolutions, Lightning CSS. And I think for NPM, it shouldn't be resolutions, it should be overrides. Where is it? If I do, there should be this version, yeah, here. And for NPM, it should be overrides. So I don't know why. The skill should be probably updated to make sure that if we're using NPM, you go to the packages, and instead of resolutions, set overrides. And that will require me to do npm install again to make sure that we're taking a specific version of Lightning CSS. And this is not like from somewhere, this is directly from the documentation. So double check the documentation to see if you still need to do this, because this is probably like temporary. Later, like it's going to probably work. And now I can do again npm start --clear, reload, and as you can see, like it's already like in the index, it updated using class names. So instead of using style sheet to style our components, it uses class names. Add listener is not a function. Native add listener is not a function. Metro. Yeah, like I never got this working like very smoothly. Let me think. Most probably, I'm going to have to create a development build, which sooner or later we're going to have to, so that's not a big problem. Like, let me restart it, and if it still fails, I'm going to create a development build. Oh, it works. Let's see. If I go ahead and here do font bold, save, it works. And text red or blue 800 or 700, it's going to change the color as well. Perfect. And here I can do BG white for the background white or BG red 50. As you can see, it has been installed and set up correctly. And now we can use Tailwind CSS class names for styling our components. And you can even add like it's a lot, like not just these kind of things, because you can have responsiveness, having like on this screen use text XL, but on the medium screens use text 2XL, but on large screens use text 4XL. And in light mode or dark, use text blue 200 and so on. And this is also light and dark mode support. So later you're going to see that it's super powerful and it's super easy to style components. And when you're using AI agents, it also makes it a lot easier because AI agents are writing pretty good Tailwind CSS styles. So if we look at what files changed, you're going to be able to see that through the commit. But I'm going to quickly go some changes to the metro config. Actually, yeah, like the and metro config was added with this configuration. This is for the TypeScript package.json. We have Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and this package, which I don't know what's doing. NativeWind, we have React Native CSS. We have added worklets, which we actually had before. We just moved them down. Tailwind merge and Tailwind CSS. We have added this file post CSS in the root folder, updated the tsconfig, added the global CSS file, imported it in the layout, in the source app layout, and use class names in the in our index.tsx. But we used views and text imported from TV Tailwind, TW. And in that folder, we see that we have new components. For example, in the index, it's basically a way for attaching the class name property to different components, to a view, here to a view, here to a text, here to a scroll view, and so on. And it also has animated styles as well, and image using Expo image. Anyway, you're going to be able to see all of these changes if your agent failed to install and set up correctly. Try to do it manually by looking at the either the docs or in the GitHub. I'm going to do git add git commit setup tailwind. It's also a good time to tell our agent update Claude MD with the new Tailwind setup. Because right now, Claude MD doesn't have anything about like Tailwind, but it's going to be important for our agent, coding agent, to know that, hey, we need to use class names. We also need to use everything from the TV folder, like the views, text, and so on. So we're going to see what Claude is adding to Claude MD as well. updated. Yeah, it was updated, so all good. We have here in the styles like Tailwind CSS v4 with NativeWind v5 with information about where to import them and so on. Perfect. That's amazing. I'm going to do git add again. Git commit and git push origin main. Perfect. Let's move on to the next step. And the next step, before we start implementing things, our application is going to need user authentication. I don't think there is any LMS app out there that doesn't have user authentication. Because, first of all, you're going to need to know who the user is and what courses he has access to. Later on, when you implement purchases for the users to buy courses, you want to make sure that they are limited to watch the courses that they have bought. So, and later we're also going to have multiple roles of users, such as course creators and end users. And only course creator will be allowed to create courses and to upload them. So all of this is handled by your authentication and authorization layer. Instead of building it yourself and spending weeks and potentially including a lot of security issues, highly encourage you to check out Clerk and use Clerk in your projects, because it's very easy to install and set up, and you can sleep well at night knowing that it got you covered and it's implementing using the best practices, and it has a lot of features when it comes to managing users, managing of authentication or authorization, and so on. So let's go ahead and first make sure to create an account using the link in the description below. It also helps us a lot telling Clerk that you're coming from our tutorials. So please make sure to use the link from the description of our video. They have a free tier, so you're going to it's going to cover everything that we're going to use today. Once you are in your project, let's go ahead and create a new application. I'm going to click Create Application. Let's call it LMS. Let's enable email. If you have Google, a quick tip, and if you're launching on iOS, you're also going to need the Apple. Let's enable that as well. Enable other social providers that you might want to add, such as GitHub or Facebook or X, and just press Create Application. That's it. In a couple of seconds, it's going to be ready for us to integrate in our project. Let's go ahead under the Expo here and follow the documentation. This documentation, let me just check if it was updated. It's not yet updated. Maybe in future it's going to be updated. This documentation explains how to build yourself the UI for the authentication. However, a couple of weeks ago, Clerk has launched their pre-built components for Expo. So from our guide, if you go here, we can access the Expo Quick Start link, or you can go to Clerk documentation, go to Quick Start and select from here Expo. Here, as you can see, there are a couple of ways you can install. What we're interested in is in the native components. This comes with pre-built native components, so we don't have to build and manage the UI, which makes it a lot more easier. It has native Auth, but it requires a dev build, and I'm going to show you how easily you can do that as well. Fastest integration. Perfect. Let's go ahead, select native components here from these tabs, and let's go ahead and follow the documentation. Make sure to enable native API, and for that, it should be enabled, but you can go to to your project, configure, navigate to the native application, where you can just check it like this. And it should be enabled here, but it's enabled by default in my case, so just double check that. Then we already have an application, so we don't have to create anything. We already handle the removing part and so on, so I'm going to skip a bit, going to the step 4. What we need to do is we need to install the dependencies, the Clerk Expo, the Expo secure store that is going to be used for storing securely the tokens, Expo Auth session for handling of the web browser to use in-app web browser, and the dev client for the development client. So let's simply copy this command from here, go to our application, open the terminal, and paste it here. So we're installing Clerk Expo, Expo Secure Store, Expo Auth Session, and Expo Web Browser, and Expo Dev Client. The next step is to create a .env file in our project. So I'm going to go here, create a new file in the root folder called .env, and we're going to put here our Clerk publishable key. I'm going to copy it from here. As you can see, it already pre-fills with your token. If not, you can find this token in the in your settings API keys here. I'm going to copy it as it is, and I'm going to put it in my .env. If I run git status, I want to make sure that we don't see env with red here, because that means that if we're not doing anything, we're going to commit this env file, and everyone on our GitHub is going to see it. So what we need to do is we need to go into the .gitignore file, and somewhere here add that .env. Now, saying that, hey, please ignore the .env file in the GitHub, in the Git repository. So let's now do git status. You're going to see that you're not going to see the .env file anymore with red here, which means that that's what we actually want. Perfect. The next step is to create a development build. A development build means that we're no longer going to use the sandbox Expo Go application. We're going to build our own application. So basically, instead of using an off-the-shelf browser, we're using our own browser, if that makes sense, like analogy from the web. So let's go ahead and do that. The first step to what's this one? Come on. The first step to create our own development build is to run npx expo pre-build. What this command is doing is it's going to look at the configuration, at our packages, at our app.json where we configure our application, and it's going to generate two folders, the iOS folder and the Android folder. These are the native folders. The Android you can open in Android Studio and run it from there. The iOS you can open from Xcode and run it from there. Basically, two native projects. But we never want to manage and edit these iOS and Android folders manually, because we always want to be able to generate them from our configuration. We want them to be similar to node modules. The folder that we never update manually, we generate based on package.json. This is called CNG, custom native development, continuous native development. And like one step to enable it is to make sure that we never commit iOS and Android folders. We always generate them on demand based on our configuration. So running pre-build is going to install all the pods. And after that, we're going to be able to actually build our project. Now it's finished. We have iOS and Android, and we can run npm run iOS. What that is going to do is going to build the native project and run it on iOS. No longer in Expo Go, but in a separate project. And you can do that for Android as well. For this to work, you would need Xcode and Android Studio. Expo development environment. So you can go to this documentation and say that where would you like to develop on Android device or maybe Android emulator. How? Not with Expo Go, but with development build. And you're going to see the steps that you need to take to set up Android Studio and a couple of Android paths and so on, setting up the emulator, and that's it. Or you can say, I want on iOS simulator. You need the Xcode, only available on macOS. If you don't have a macOS, you can also build this in the cloud using EAS. And this is actually the documentation. With EAS, you just configure it and you run this command. And your project is going to be built in the cloud, and you're going to be able to download and use it. Building the first time takes a couple of minutes, but later it's going to be much faster. Meanwhile, while it's building, let me go back to the documentation of Clerk and see what are going to be the next steps. We had to verify that in app.json we have these two plugins, especially the Clerk Expo. And it should be because it was added automatically. In app.json, if we look at the plugins, we have Clerk Expo and Expo Secure Store. Good. The next step is going to be to add the Clerk provider to our root layout. So what that is going to look like? Well, I'm going to copy these two lines, or maybe everything, till the top. I'm gonna go into our source, application, layout. Here, our layout from our app folder is the root layout, meaning that this is the first file that is going to be rendered in our tree for our application navigation or for our application. This is usually where we set up all the global providers, because no matter on what screen we are, it first is going to go for this root layout file. So for that reason, we're going to set up, import Clerk provider, import the token cache. We don't need this slot. We're going to take the publishable key from our environment variable and make sure that this name is exactly the same name as you set in the .env. So if I go here and do find, it's going to match. Now with this publishable key, the last step is to wrap around our stack the Clerk provider. I don't know why I don't have autocomplete here. Maybe it's building and it takes time. And this Clerk provider will need the publishable key and the token cache. So the publishable key and the token cache. That's it. Now we have configured Clerk to connect to our project. Token cache, something is... for some reason it disappeared from the import. Maybe it was removed, so I'm going to import it again. So we have token cache. Yes, it's here. Perfect. That's it. We can leave it like this, but I'm going to give you a little tip. I like to separate all my global providers from the navigation logic. So at this moment, the Clerk provider is in the same component as our configuration for the navigation, for the Stack Navigator. That has a bit of challenges, like you're going to see if you continue doing it like this. But what I like to do is at least create here another component, another function called root stack that at the moment is simply going to return a stack component. Now we render this component in our root layout inside our all providers. So at this moment, our root layout is responsible for our global providers, and our root stack is responsible for the navigation, for the screens, for things like that. And in a second, we're going to add here protected screens, and you're going to see that it's really nice when we separate things, when we separate navigation from providers. While we've been doing that, we see that our application has finished building, and on our emulator, we see the prompt to open our application. As you can see, it's no longer opening in the Expo Go, but in our custom LMS project that we can adjust our icon, we can have our own name, and it's going to be an environment very close to how the end user is going to see it. All right, here we have it. Everything is still working. And it should contain the native code that Clerk requires. Nothing has broken, that's a good sign. We can go to the next step. We have created the Clerk provider. The next step is going to be to add authentication and home screen. These are the new components that I'm super excited about. The native components that have a pre-built UI that saves us a lot of time. So what I'm going to do is let's go ahead and let's bring all of this code in our root stack. So the use of that is going to be from Clerk Expo. The use user also, the use Clerk also, the use user profile model as well. Now what we can do is, if it's loading, if it hasn't finished loading, I will simply render an activity indicator, like just wait for a bit. However, if it finished loading and is not signed in, we can render the auth view. The auth view that is provided by Clerk Expo native. Now, if I will reload the application, what do we see? We see a nice authentication screen with everything built in and working for our project. With sign up, sign in, with social providers, which are not yet working because we need to connect to create the Google project and get a token. But with our email, we can right away go ahead and create an account. Click continue. It's going to have like nice UI for the confirmation code, which I will automatically get on my email right now. And I can do like this. I can choose a password. I will fill in a pre-built password. I can do continue. And just like that, we are on the home screen because the e-sign in is already true, so we are not stopping here, but we're going to render the actual stack. If I reload right now, by pressing R here, we see that we go directly on this screen. The present user profile and sign out and user, I'm actually going to not do them here, but inside the index, right? In the index, what I can do is profile card. Maybe I can do this one, or I can take, look, I'll take the whole main screen from here, and I'll put it in the index like this. And I can remove the e-sign in because that one is happening on the layout layer, and the is loaded as well. This is our application after the user has signed in. So what do we see? First of all, we see here a user button that is also pre-built from Clerk. If I press it, it's going to open my account, pre-built. This one is like a component, like a profile card that is pre-built to show like the user avatar, the name, and so on. I can press sign out to log out, or I can press manage profile. That brings back my profile page. From profile page, that's where we can as well sign out. That's where we can update the profile saying that my name is Vadim Savin. And I can even choose a photo from the library. Oh, here it is. Look at this. I was doing some AI generated images. Let's press save. And that's it. We see that it should be saved. And we have everything here. In the profile, we can add email addresses. We can connect social accounts like Gmail and Apple. We can do a lot of things. Imagine building everything that you see here yourself. Anyway, that is the beauty of Clerk. And what I'm going to do, I can leave it like this because it makes sense. It's not very heavy in the root layout. But in some cases, what I'm doing is I'm creating separate folders and screens for the authentication, for the sign in and sign up. And I would render that there. But I think it makes a lot of sense to just leave it here because it saves us a lot of complexity in terms of screens and so on. Because we say, like, if it's not signed in, just show this one, and that's it. Like, you don't have access to the stack. Now our stack here is actually the component that we know that the user is already authenticated. And I can easily change it to tabs by import tabs from Expo router. And I have here bottom tabs. Actually, what I wanted is native tabs, which I'm going to do that in a second. Maybe I'm going to do no, let me leave it as it was, because it's usually not a good, I mean, we're going to get into things that we want outside the tabs. So I'll leave it as a stack here. What's going on? Stack. Yeah. And in the app, maybe I will have here folder. That's already the next step. Tabs. I will have the index.tsx, which is going to be our export default function home, the home screen. home, and let's import the view as well. And this index, I'm going to rename to profile first, and I'm going to move in the tabs. And in the tabs, we need to create a new layout.tsx, which is going to be our export default function tabs layout, tabs, not from there, but from Expo router. Okay, now we have the index and the profile. I wanted to separate the profile in another page because I don't really want to change anything here. It uses styles and so on, but you can go back and adjust it the way you want. Maybe in a second, like we're going to get there. But for now, that's everything we needed to do to have full authentication in our application. So let me go ahead and do git add, git commit -m Clerk integration for user authentication. Perfect. Git push origin main. Show the final project design, please. We're gonna get to that into a second. I don't have like the actual design because we're going to build it together, and I'm going to show you an amazing tool that can help you design this amazingly. Let me run a Claude command and go quickly to the toilet while it's running. I will tell Claude to transform the tabs into native tabs using the unstable, I don't know what, native tabs. And each tab should be a stack with a large header. I like these large headers. So let me see if Claude is going to do that, and I'm going to take a very short toilet break and open the window. Okay, let's press yes. How to remove text security by Clerk. Actually, I don't know. You need to look into the guides, into the documentation of these native components. You can have the documentation here. It should be possible. It might require a different plan. Okay, let's see. While this is doing, we're gonna think about our next steps already. We're always one step ahead. The next step is going to be Supabase. So we're going to use Supabase, and especially Supabase running locally for our backend. Supabase is built on top of Postgres, which is an amazing database system. It's open source. It has a lot of community support, community packages, information. So you won't go wrong going with Postgres. And Supabase is a layer on top of Postgres, making it easier to manage everything. So is together with AI agents and together with local development, I found this a very productive workflow. I'm using this in production for my projects because you can test easily with AI, and if it works locally, you then push to the your production project on supabase.com or like self-hosted if you want. To run it locally, you need Docker. So just click on this link or go into getting started. I mean, this is a prerequisite, Docker desktop. That's the only thing that you need. Like here, these are options, like you don't need all of them, you just need one. And for me, Docker desktop works great. And if you're getting started, you need to install Supabase. You can do that installing it globally with Brew, or you can always do npx Supabase. But if you install it globally, then you're going to be able to run commands like Supabase. So make sure to do that. These two things, Docker desktop, and then installing the Supabase CLI on Mac OS with Brew, on Windows with these commands. Going back to see if this thing is ready. What has home and profile? No. That's a bit weird. This is a stack, but where is the tabs? Did it put the tabs here? Yeah, it put the tabs here. No. Leave the root layout as a stack. Then add the native tabs in app/tabs. Then each screen is a subfolder with its own layout as a stack. Do you now refer to AI as he? I don't know. English is not my first language, so. It's doing a lot of. Deleted everything, right? That's why it's good to have Git, because you can always do git stash. But let's see. Let's see what's going to be the outcome here. Meanwhile, I'm going to make sure that Docker desktop is running. Come on. Docker. Yes, Docker. I hope it's running. Yeah, I see it running. And I have Supabase installed. My case 274. There is a new one. So I can do brew, upgrade, Supabase. Okay, we have two tabs, home and profile. Looks good. That in the root layout, we just have a stack. Looks good. The tabs has a layout with native tabs. I also say add MD icons for Android to native tabs. Because if we just use the SF, which it's only for iOS, these icons, but we can add the MD that is also going to be for Android. The home is a layout with large header and the profile as well. And I can commit this because it looks good. So it has this home, profile, nice. Manage profile, perfect. And did it do the changes I asked? It's quite slow today, don't you think? Yeah, so as you can see, it also added the MD. This is for Android. Material design. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and do git add, git commit native tabs, git push origin main. As you can see, these are the Glass UI tabs. Okay, perfect. Moving on, we're going to start setting up our Supabase project, the local Supabase project. The first step to do after making sure that we are running Docker Compose, Docker Desktop, and having Supabase CLI is going to be to run Supabase init. Supabase init will initialize our project. So let's clear and do Supabase init. That is going to create a new folder, Supabase. This is the folder where all the backend code is going to live, and config.toml is a file that will configure everything about Supabase, like the port and so on. We're going to see that a bit later. But now we can do Supabase start, and this is going to start at the Supabase locally using Docker. Because we have Docker Desktop running, it's going to pull all the images and run everything locally. Even the database, the authentication, the storage, the dashboard as well. So you're going to see in a second everything that we have there. Failed to start because I already have something, so I'm going to run this suggested command to stop my previous project. And I'm going to do start again to start the new one. And in a second, we should have it running locally. Here it is. We see all of this information, which we can always go back to by running Supabase status. And this, one of the things that I want to show you is the studio. If you go to this URL in your browser, you're going to see a very familiar interface, the studio that you usually see on supabase.com. This is where you're going to see, it shouldn't be, maybe, yeah, like basically all the tables in the public. You're going to see the database schema, the edge functions, and so on. Basically a way to manage our local instance of our project. So remember, this is running locally, and that's great because we can do experiments, we can mess up, we can go back in time and so on. And only when we have a good state, we can deploy it to our production, which I'm going to show you later how to do as well. And this local development has everything. Like I was thinking, like, does it have everything? But I think it has everything that you have in production as well. One of the things that you're going to see in this information is the APIs, the project URL, and you know that usually you need this project URL when you connect from your client, from your React Native to Supabase. So in the .env file, I'm going to add Expo public Supabase URL, and I'm going to paste this local URL. Later we'll replace it with that production, or in production, like in locally, we're going to still use this one. And the next one is going to be Expo public Supabase how do you call publishable like this? Publishable key. And this publishable key, we're going to copy also from the Supabase status. It's going to be the key that will allow us to connect to our Supabase. And this is a publishable, this is okay because all our data is going to be protected by row level security. So it's okay to include it in the client-side projects. Now that we have it here, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the source. I'm going to create a new file called lib. And here we're going to create a new file, supabase.ts. Let's go ahead and install using npx expo install the Supabase client, the @supabase/supabase.js client. Because with this client, we see some conflicting packages. If you see that, one way to get rid of these issues is to create a new file called .npm-rc and add there legacy pair deps equal true. Now if you do npm install, it works without the issues. Okay, so in the Supabase here, we're going to import create client from Supabase.js, and we're going to be able to create the client here as you are usually used to. I'm not going to create it outside. Instead, I'm going to create a use Supabase hook, which is going to be like a function. And here I'm going to return the create client, the create Supabase client. The create client needs some arguments, but in fact, I'm going to go into our Notion not to waste time, because here we have in the lib supabase.ts, we have a full code that also includes the connection with Clerk. So what we're doing here is we're creating the Supabase client with our Supabase URL. I'll just have to update this to publishable key, the name. Updated it in the docs as well. And what it does, it uses the access token from Clerk and it sets it in the as the access token for the Supabase. And later we're going to be able to add row level security based on the information that we're receiving from Clerk. We also need the types. For the types, we can run the command npx supabase gen types typescript -local. Let me comment it out. We're going to do that in a second. I will just delete it from here, just have create client like this. Anyway, there is only one more thing to make sure that Clerk is connected to Supabase, and that is going to involve going to our dashboard under our project configure, we're going to go into the developers, integration, and we have to enable this Supabase integration. By enable Supabase integration, we're going to also go to manage integration. We're going to here select our workspace, select our project, in my case LMS, the development, and we get the Clerk domain. Copy this because we need it in a second. And where we need it is in production, it's somewhere else, but in development, we're going to add it by, I'm going to show you where. I'm going to go to the Supabase docs, because here in the Supabase docs, it explains how we can add it in this config.toml. So I will copy this part. I'm going to go into my config, in my Supabase config. I'm going to scroll. It doesn't matter where we put it, but it's better to put it somewhere where we see Auth stuff, authentication stuff. For example, here, Auth Twilio. MFA, phone, external Apple. Yes, somewhere here. I will add Auth third-party.clerk enable true, and here is the domain that we need to pre-fill with the domain that we got from Clerk. I'll put the domain here. And most probably we don't need the HTTPS. I'll try it without. And we will need to restart our Supabase local by doing Supabase stop. Fail to merge. Do I have an error here? Oh, I have Clerk here already. So wait a second. You see, I already had the Clerk. I didn't have to add it. I just had to add this domain and remove this and change to enable to true. So yeah, don't add it, but find the Clerk and just change enable true and add your domain. Let's do Supabase stop. And Supabase start. Okay, it has been started. And what will we see? At this moment, nothing much, but if we go to the studio, maybe in the other part, in the studio here, maybe in the integration, we're going to also see the Clerk. But another thing is that like we need some data in the database, and this integration is going to help us secure that data for unauthenticated users. So let me go ahead and say, hey, what's up in my Git status? We have some changes to the Supabase, to the lib, and so on. Let's go ahead and do git add, git commit -m, set up Supabase local, and integrate it with Clerk. And now what I will do is I will generate some tables to be able to already query some things. So let's go ahead and start by generating the most important table in an LMS, which is going to be the courses table that will contain information about the courses. I'm going to go into the Claude and say, before we do that, actually, you know what else I want to show you? If you go to your local instance of your project and press connect, you're going to see a tab called MCP. MCP is a way to connect your AI coding agent, for example, to your project and allow it to connect to the documentation, to the database, debugging, and development. If you select that, I will disable read only because this is my development and I'm okay with writing and changing stuff here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change here the client to Claude Code, and it will give me this command to run. For me, it didn't work because there is a current bug, but I will try it again. So by adding this one here, you're going to create a new file called mcp.json with this package. And now I need to run Claude. And here I will do /mcp. And we see that Supabase failed to authenticate. If I press and authenticate, it has this error. I managed to get it to work if I downgrade Supabase, but I'm pretty sure like they are going to fix it in future. And it's going to make your Claude code, for example, talk to your local instance of Supabase. For me, I'm not going to connect it, as you can see, because it has this current error, but I'm going to tell it what to do. So the first thing I want to say is we are building an LMS system. Create the first database table for courses. Let's say also, or yeah, let's just say that. Let's see what's going to do. It's going to look at the Supabase setup. Maybe we should have updated the CloudMD file to tell about Supabase and Clerk, because right now like it has to do this research first. So the idea is that it should go ahead and create in our Supabase a new folder called migrations, and in that migration a new SQL file that is going to, yeah, as you can see, it's going to create a new migration. This is the migration file, and a migration is basically an SQL statement that we can run to do some changes on the database, like create tables or add columns or delete tables or create indexes and so on. Yes, let's just allow everything. What it does, it says create table courses. It has an ID, it has a title, description, image, URL, it has a price, it has this published, category, instructor ID, created ID, and so on. It also enabled RLS, but I'm not sure if the RLS is exactly the way we want it. Anyone can read published courses. I don't want anyone to be able to read published courses, only the authenticated users. Instructors can manage their own, they can update, delete, and so on. Let's tell it to change a little bit the RLS based on the documentation. From here. check organization role or check I'm thinking which documentation to give it better for it to where is my yeah, this one, auth JWT sub. Is that how it? Yeah, auth JWT sub. It's exactly how it does. I mean, let's go ahead and do. Let's continue with how it created. It's still going. Reset. Okay, it actually created these files, as you can see. Created the migration. It created the types. Shouldn't be like that. It imported the database here. And it also applied these changes. Let's see if it actually applied by going to our project, table editor, and we see courses. In fact, it applied it. Let's go ahead and tell add a seed file to populate with some default courses. A seed file is used for usually development. It's basically also an SQL file, but doesn't change the structure of your database, but it populates tables so that when you start from scratch, you don't have an empty database. You already have some data to work with. You're going to see that they are managed in the Supabase. It should be seed.sql, and it is going to be run the first time when you start your project, or when you reset your database. It includes some courses in the database. And we see that it runs automatically npx supabase db reset. Basically, after creating this, you would have to either manually create supabase db reset, and that is going to reset the local database. It's going to delete everything and it's going to create it from scratch using the migration, and after that it's going to run the seed to add the data. I don't have to run it because I see my Claude has done it. And as we can see, we already have courses here. Let's also say that or maybe not. It's okay like this. Perfect. We have some data. We have some tables. Now it's time to see if we can fetch this information on the home screen. Fetch the list of courses in a new discover or search tab. For now, we just want to test if it's working. Use Supabase client in a use effect, store data in a state, and render a flat list of just titles. I added a bit more description, but I don't want like everything production ready. Like I just want to make sure that we can fetch this data from our database in our client-side code. If that is done, we're going to be able to move to the next step, and I will have some recommendations there as well. Hello, Info Aditya. How are you doing? So what it's doing, I don't know, but I'll just accept. Now I'll create the search tab files and add it to the layout. Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, you're not late. Like the fun is just beginning. Like we are setting up everything, and then like we're going to vibe code a lot of stuff. Yeah, in the search, if I go in the search, we see that data that is coming from our database. So if I go to the application tabs, search layout, we're going to see that in the search, we have Supabase from courses, select, and then set the data. This data is coming from the database. Perfect. Let me show you how the row level security works. Let's add an icon to the right and delete the course when we press on it. So I want to show you that not every user are going to be allowed to delete the course, but only the creators of that course. And I'm not talking just about deletion, I'm talking about updating and so on. I'm going to show you how row level security works with this. So we have these ones here, and when we call it, we do delete this item. So if I'm going to try to delete the introduction to React Native, I don't think it worked, because if I look into the database, introduction to React Native is still there. It's not deleted. Introduction to React Native is still there. Why weren't we allowed to do that? Because if we look into the migrations, we have created this policy, and we said that delete. So we created this policy where we said the courses items can be deleted only if the ID of the user doing this request is equal to the instructor ID. The ID of the user doing this request is coming all the way from Clerk. So if I go here into the users, this is my account, and this is my ID. And when trying to do some changes on the database, it's going to check, hey, is this introduction to React Native instructor ID the same as the user doing this request? No. Then you're not allowed to do that, and it's not going to do it. So that's how row level security works. But if I'm going to change it with my exact ID, saying that I am the manager of that course, you're going to see that trying to delete, for example, UI UX is not going to do anything, but trying now to delete the, where is it? Oh, introduction to React Native, the last one, trying to delete this one, it's going to actually work. You see? These are not working, even though like we are trying to change. Only the one that was managed by me, we are allowed to do that. And these policies were created for all update, delete, for only instructor can view their own unpublished courses. So if it's unpublished, I don't know if that's actually the case, but yeah. Oh, here. So anyone can view, but only published courses. Fun. All right, let's go ahead and do git add git commit -m courses table, database table. Here I wanted to just explain you how we integrated Clerk with Supabase, so we can use Clerk's ID in the Supabase row level security. We did that when we created the source lib, the Supabase client. When we created the client, we took the token from Clerk and we say, hey, use this token when doing the requests. And then we connected the Clerk with Supabase, and they can talk and make sure that it's the right user doing the right request. Perfect. Moving on to the next step. I'll cover this one now as also a little bit of a setup, because we go into some amazing design and then we start like step by step implementing feature by feature by feature. Now what I want to do is I'll tell install, configure, and use TanStack query for all the interactions with the remote data from Supabase. So what I'm saying is right now, the search is just using use effect and state to manage the data. That's not very scalable. Once you add loading states, error states, loading more, pagination, and so on, you're going to understand that it's really hard to manage everything yourself. That's why I'm telling my Claude to use TanStack query, which is a library for managing async data or remote data, managing it, caching it properly, handling like the error states, the retrying logic, and so on. So highly recommend using TanStack query whenever you are fetching or dealing with some remote data. And you're going to see what's happening in the package.json. It installed TanStack query. In the layout, it created the query client and it rendered the query client provider. And then in the search, look how much it's simplified. I'm going to show you the end result. It has the use query and it defines the query key, like I'm trying to render the courses, and the query function is how do we want to get the courses? Well, we get them from here. Delete mutation as well. Sometimes I also like, let's extract the queries and mutations in separate files that we can use as hooks. Sometimes I really like to separate the fetching logic from the rendering logic. So I told extract this kind of stuff in separate hooks. And it's going to do that in a second. I don't think in the lib, but it's okay. So it created the use courses, use delete courses, and so on. Lib. Maybe services folder better, or hooks or services, that would be better. So it created the services and it should move it here. And now in the search, it's much easier. It just uses use courses, which behind the scenes is doing all the logic of caching and fetching and so on. And this is delete course. And here in services, we have this. Perfect. Now update the Claude MD file with the new things. Clerk, Supabase, TanStack. Create rules to make sure that things are consistent. Data is fetched from backend using TanStack. We separate the logic in services and expose as hooks. We use throw on error, and that's like something very specific that maybe I will explain later. Throw an error to handle in Supabase where possible. And yeah, let's leave it like this. Are you AI? Not yet, or maybe, I don't know. I'm going to bring some water and we continue. The next step for us is going to be designing the UI. Designing the UI. Then we're going to start implementing feature by feature. Courses, lessons, chapters, progress, and so on. I think this one is done, right? I can look into Claude. Preview. Architecture, complex styling, authentication clerk, backend Supabase, data fetching query client provider. Yeah, that's good. Key dependencies. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and do commit changes. I'm going to be back. Okay. Okay, this is committed. Everything is good. We can move on. So we have now most of our architecture set up. We have our project, we have our authentication using Clerk, we have our Supabase with our database there. We can query it using TanStack query, which is going to cache everything. Basically, we have all the big parts of our architecture set in place, tested, that is working fine together. The next step is to start building features. Before we do that, I want to show you what I use for my designs for the applications that I'm building for my portfolio, what I'm using to design them well, and especially to design them fast and using Cloud Code without me having to do a lot of stuff. Here I'm talking about screens design. Screens designs, go ahead and access the link here. This is actually a referral link. So I'm going to, like, if you make a purchase, I'm going to get some commission. You don't have to, but you're going to see how good it is. So I've been using it before as an inspiration for onboarding screens, because we have a database with a lot of onboarding screens. But more recently, they used all of this data to train amazing AI models to build onboarding screens, and not only. Like, they will get into like much bigger stuff than onboarding. But let me show you what I mean by that. By the way, with my link, I think you get 50% off. So that's another benefit. Anyway, I'm going to go into my projects and create screens with AI. I'm going to create a new project, and let's start from scratch. And I need an inspiration. I'll choose from here what? Education. Language learning, no. Code Academy, maybe course platform. Let me improve this a bit. So let's do, come on. A modern learning management system for online courses, video lessons, quizzes, certificates. I'm not sure if we're going to have quizzes, certificates, but okay. That's it. I'm not going to do much more. Let's give it a name, LMS, create project. I'm not sharing my screen. Why didn't you tell me? Yeah, let me maybe get it from the beginning. So yeah, you're going to find the link in the description or in the guide, notjust.dev/sd. So let's go here, create screens with AI, projects, let's do new project. I'm going to start from scratch. Need inspiration, let's go with education, and here course platform. And I'm gonna add a bit more. A modern learning management system for online courses. You can be way more detailed, like if you're building for something specific, I don't know, for languages, for guitar, for music, for something like that. I'm going to give it a name, course platform LMS, create project. And here you're going to select how many steps your onboarding should be. We can go with standard. I don't need a paywall at the moment. I'm going to do what? Educational, social proof, maybe a quiz to ask their name or like their goals. And what else? Features. Let's go to the last step. And now screens design is going to give us some options of styles. It's going to actually give us some examples. That's something new, because yesterday we didn't show examples. We just had like templates. So we can choose a style. Which one do we like? It's still, I think, rendering. This is warm, premium. Kind of like this one, but let's wait to see others. Soft pastel, dark neon. I don't like dark neon. Precision, premium. That's actually like quite solid in my opinion. This one is also interesting, right? Should we go with this one? No, I'll go with something standard, minimal, and so on. I'm going to choose the first one. Let's use this style. And it's going to have the first 2 pages, and then it's going to design the rest. First, it's going to design the onboarding, but then we can design all the screens in our application like this. And later you're going to see how easy I can implement this. So as you can see, it's generating screen by screen, and look at these results. They look amazing. And not only do they look amazing, but they are built by a model that has been trained on the best performing onboarding experiences. I just finished implementing like an onboarding flow for one of my apps using screen designs, and it was really great. Anyway, these are the screens. You can adjust them, change them. You can chat like, hey, generate me one more. You can also let me tell Claude to start implementing the screens, and then we're going to do the dashboard, because this is the onboarding, but we're going to get to the dashboard as well. Let me actually implement this dashboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, you can also connect the screens with auto, and it's going to connect the screens together. And we're going to be able to actually visualize it as well. And yeah, like you have look at this, like you have a workable prototype. What I'm going to do is I'm going to press share and export. And you see here, download for code editor. I'm going to select this one. And this is an AI ready export for Claude, for Cursor, Codex, and so on. Let's select to include AI generated documentation, to also have docs, and let's do export. Why don't you try Google Stitch? Maybe I should. I'll look into that. So I'm going to get this folder that I just downloaded, and I'm going to simply move it in my project like this. Copy folder. This is a folder, and if you open it up, it's just HTML, like it's proper HTML. That, like if I do that, you can press and open in browser. And this is like the browser version, like this is pure HTML. But it also has README, like documentation on how to implement it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply say, I'm going to tell Claude, implement the onboarding experience based on them, and I'm going to tag the folder course platform. Make sure to read its docs, but it's going to do it like I don't need to tell it before implementing. The onboarding screens are going to be be inside a separate app onboarding folder. Let's do enter. And Claude is going to start implementing our onboarding screens. While this is happening here, we can go back in our screen designs and we can go into the ideas, and you're going to see some ideas that you can build from. Of course, you can do them. You can generate screens that if you know what you want, you can just type in the chat, but I'm going to look for some ideas. Paywall, no, I want the actual, not the, where? Maybe screen ideas. I want to design already the home screen, the details pages and so on, the search. Look, dashboard home. So this is a personalized learning dashboard featuring continue learning hero card for the current course, a daily streak counter, a circular progress indicator for enrolled courses. That's good. We can either try it or we can copy it and put it here and maybe edit something like, I don't need a circular indicator for enrolled. I'll say below will be a list, a horizontal carousel of recommended courses. Let's press enter. We're going to see a new screen appear here. Meanwhile, Claude is reading the HTML files and are going to transform it to what we need there. And just look at that. We have a home screen with a resume lesson, with a course recommended for you, and so on. It's not finished yet, like it's getting there. Okay, that's good. I like it. What else from ideas? The feed, the course discovery feed with horizontal scrollable category, features, course cards, and so on. Let's do a minimalist lesson player with sticky video player, auto scrolling transcript. I don't think I will have transcripts, but let's just take this one and change. A minimalist lesson player with a sticky video player, auto scrolling transcript. I don't want this. Collapsible sidebar for navigating between lesson modules. I don't. Collapsible sidebar. That's not too bad actually. But first, let's do the course details page. A course details page with information about the course, about the tutor, the list of chapters and lessons, detail page, private tutor, enroll button, description, and so on. Let's do that. So we see that Claude Code is implementing step by step the welcome screen and so on. It's also scrollable, guys, you see? So here we see some information about this course. We can scroll the tutor, curriculum, nice, 4 chapters, and at the bottom it's the enroll. I like how it turns out, yeah. How is the player, right? The lesson player with the video on top, the title and chapter, the description, the description of the lesson, and controls to mark as read and navigate between lessons. So Claude is all done. It has the source application onboarding. Let's see when are we going to see the onboarding. I think first, like if I reload, let's hope that we're going to see something. We don't, but if I comment out the tabs to force it to go to the onboarding, will it? Not yet. But I can restart because sometimes adding new screens like requires some restart. So let's do now reload. Here we have it. It's still root stack onboarding. I commented out the tabs all together and I still see it. Why? If I just comment out and say return null, it's always cache. Like, how? Tabs, home, index. Hey. Yeah, it doesn't change. Because why? development build. It updated, hey, but well, this layout, come on. Close chat. Onboarding. Let me do an npx expo pre-build and an npm run iOS, because I think like even though like we installed some packages like some icons, the React Native SVG, so like we still are going to have to do it. Maybe it's going to fix this caching issue as well. So let's wait until this is done and then we're going to continue. Meanwhile, we can look at the designs. What do we have here? Like the player here, chapter, lesson, okay. Some information like the description, mark as complete, next, previous. Okay. I think it's good. What else do we want? What other ideas? Dashboard home. The searching. Detail view. Let's do a course discovery feed, search feed. A course search feed, just like that. Okay, and I'm going to be back in a second while this is building. Okay, it's building. What do we have? Okay, we have a search tab. Nice. Come on. Goal index. You know what I'm going to do next? While this is building, What we're going to do, like during this onboarding experience, we're going to have to save this information somewhere in the database, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start creating a new database table, because at the moment we only have courses table. Let's go ahead and tell Claude, hey, without hey, analyze the onboarding screens, and based on that, create a new database table profiles with information about the user. The ID of the profile should be the ID of the clerk user. You can also add additional important fields. Example, name. Yeah. So what it's going to do is going to look at all of the screens that it generated, and it's going to create a new migration for that database so that we store this information in the database. We reinstalled the application and it's still not working, which drives me nuts. Like, what's going on here? I might know what's going on. It's the not rendering the stack screen while we are loading and so on. That might be the thing. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to use because if from the it's definitely that. If from the home screen, from the top home index, I'm going to add here a button or a link, open onboarding, and the link is going to have href. What's going on here? /onboarding. I need to import this link. Import link from Expo router. Onboarding should be like that. Not really. Like, you can, but I want the onboarding to actually be the URL. So that's not the problem. I will explain you the problem in a second, like if this works. If I press open onboarding, it actually opens the onboarding. And I'm going to fix it later. Now I'm going to focus actually on the onboarding, just to make sure that it works correctly. So what we see, get started, we can select something. We can continue. Transform with key scale must be a number, scale 95. Okay, I'm going to fix that in a second. Let me check what did Claude do. Background command reset db and apply all migration. So meanwhile, like, sorry for jumping around, but meanwhile Claude created this profile page with name, email. I don't need email, to be honest. Avatar URL, onboarding goal, interest, subscription plan, onboarding completed, created at, updated at. A lot of things that I don't need, but I'm going to leave them there. I don't need email. That is handled by Clerk. Same as avatar URL and subscription plan. Why I'm not using Google Stitch? Because I didn't use it yet. I'll look into it and I'll see. Okay, but here was a problem with what? Transform with key scale must be a number. Where did we do that? Okay, it regenerated, and now the profile table has just name, onboarding goal, interest, and so on. Onboarding completed, created that, updated that, and so on. Okay, good. The table is ready. I have some issues here with the scale. Let me try to reload to see if it's still there. If I go to onboarding, get started, and it's specifically on the third somewhere. Scale. Are unpressable. I don't know, let me try just to tell this to Claude and see if he can figure it out. It should. Yeah, I think it was something around like NativeWind, in fact. Open onboarding, get started. Okay, continue journey. Nice. Subscribe now, and here we are. So everything is good. Here, like on the home screen, something is wrong with the title. That's usually like with onboarding index. And what I will also tell is download all images locally in the public, or yeah, I don't know, in the assets folder. Because at the moment it's using like URLs, but I don't know like if these URLs are going to be there forever. So I'd rather download these images locally. And downloading them locally is going to mess a bit with the UI, but it's okay. We're going to fix it. We're here together. Or you can manually open them up and download and add them to the assets. Hello, MD. How are you doing? Okay, so now it's replacing all the images with local images. And I'm going to help you now structure all the logic for the onboarding and so on. It's going to be a bit advanced or technical, but it's going to help you. If you get it, if you understand it, you're going to have a system that you can apply to all your applications. It's still working, so I'm going to wait for a bit and then I'm going to so all images downloaded. If I reload, I expect things to be broken if I go to onboarding. No, actually it's good. I'll just manually probably go here for the text. I know, I'll just simply add margin top 10 to move it a bit down. Yeah, something like that is good. Big UI issues, I don't see. It's good. It's good. Continue, next. Subscribe. Perfect. So in terms of UI, this is complete. The onboarding is complete. In terms of the logic, it's not yet. So I'm going to commit git add git commit -m onboarding, or maybe onboarding UI, git push origin main. Guys, I'm also going to add the designs that we generated. I'm going to add them in the guide, so you can download the zip. I added them here. You can download the zip, so you can have them as well if you don't yet have access to the screen designs. Now what I want to do is the following. I will do some changes. And as I said, the first change that I want to do is this index. I want to get it out of onboarding. I want this index from the onboarding to actually be the index screen of our whole application, the home screen, the thing that you see like whenever you come here. So I'm going to put it here, and in the layout, I'm going to render it somewhere here in the stack.screen index. And from the onboarding layout, I don't need to take it because everything is good there. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here with the links. Pressable, onboarding goal. Let's just go to onboarding goal, it's okay. So now if I reload my application, we're going to see this one, because usually index is the first file that is being rendered. If I press get started, let me think how to better do it. because we're going to work with some protected screens. I'm going to get this Auth view in a separate screen because, as I was saying, it makes more logical sense to have them as a separate screen, even though it's going to be super simple, like screen it in itself. Usually I even put them into the like an Auth page or something like that, into the Auth folder. And let's call it login.tsx. Here, I will do export default function, login, and return. It's going to be super simple. It's going to simply render this Auth view. Now, we're not going to stop here if it's not signed in. I'm going to comment this out a bit. But instead, we're going to render it as a stack.screen here. Name equal auth login. I have both the file and the folder because the folder does not have its own layout. So that's why I can do that here. And instead of doing this with if statements here, I'm going to do it with proper stack.protected because it's a bit hard to explain, but the thing is that by doing this if statement here, by not returning the stack initially, Expo router returns it by default. That's why we were seeing the tabs when we had them commented here. Like they are just there, even though we're never returning it, because it returns by default. So it's not recommended to delay the rendering of a root stack. The root stack should render like as soon as possible. So for that reason, we're going to render it, but we're going to use components like stack.protected. And a stack.protected has a guard, which is a boolean saying like when should the screens inside here be accessible. First of all, I will put there the auth. When should the auth screen be accessible? It should be accessible when the user is not signed in. So is signed in is false. It should be accessible. We need to think also about the is loaded, how to treat it. Is loaded, is loaded. Is loaded. I can do here. I can use them in the logic. So is not signed in and is loaded. It should be loaded and it's not signed in. The tabs is going to be another stack.protected. But this time the guard is going to be, well, if is signed in and is loaded, then we can render the tabs. So I'll put double exclamation mark here. Tabs should go away from here. Index should always be accessible, but onboarding. Or maybe index should only be in here. And onboarding, we're going to figure it out when, but I would say I'll add here const is onboarded. And I'll say, hey, tag.protected, the guard is going to be only if is not onboarded. But it's going to be also inside the authenticated, no. It's going to be inside this one. So first we want to make sure that the user is authenticated. After that, it's onboarded, and only then he's going to see the tabs. We can put here another guard saying that only show the tabs if it's not onboarded. Now if I reload, we see the tabs. But if I say that is onboarded is false, we see the onboarding screens. And if I go back to true and sign out, we're going to go to the index. So that's how everything starts. Everything starts here in the index. Onboarded is going to be false by default. If I do get started, this index, the get started, is simply going to go to auth to login. And it's not even going to have this text. So get started will go to the auth. Here we can sign in. Password, hopefully it remembered. I don't know the password. Let's say forgot password. Reset your password. I'm going to receive code. And let's fill in a strong password. Reset password. Okay. No. I'll reset it again if I need to. And after the sign in, I get to the onboarding. So that's the logic here. We no longer need this one. What I'm going to do is first I'm going to say git add, git commit protected routes. So initially, if a user is not signed in, he is going to have access to the index screen and the authentication login. From index, he's going to go to the authentication login. And from login, he's going to become signed in. So he's no longer going to have access here, but he's going to go into this part. And here is going to be two ways. Either he's not onboarding. That means he has to go through the onboarding screens, or he is already onboarded, so he can go to the tabs. Now we need to figure out how to do this is onboarded. This is onboarded is going to depend whether we have created his profile, if we store his profile in the database. Because initially we're not going to have his profile in the database. The profile is going to be null. That means that he's not onboarded. So I'm going to tell Claude at the end of the onboarding, store the collected information in the database in the profile table. Then in the layout, we are going to show the onboarding when there is no profile in the database. Either is a row for the profile, then we consider the user onboarded. Yeah, let's do it like this. Yeah, let's see. So at the end of onboarding, like after I go through all of this, I want to save the information in the database. And in this layout, I want to check, hey, if there is the profile, good. If not, also good. Yeah, I cannot move next because it's hard coded to false. But in a second, like we're going to be able to do that. It creates what onboarding context. I don't like when things are created in the app folder. That's a huge anti-pattern. I'm going to tell it in a second because it basically creates a screen. I will say never create anything else other than screens and layouts in the app. Where I am here? Folder. This is an anti-pattern. Also update Claude MD for this rule. So whenever you have the same problem over and over again, you can update your documentations, your Claude MD files, and so on, so that it doesn't do the same mistake in future, or it does it less often. It should have created like a separate onboarding context in the lib. I also don't like it in the lib. It should be providers. But okay, like I don't like it. Providers go in the source providers folder. So what it's doing in the root layout, it's taking the profile and is saying like if there is profile, then it's onboarded. Okay. What else? In this root, it has onboarding provider. That's onboarding layout. In the goal, it sets the goal and so on. Like it doesn't use local state, it uses the state in the global provider. It can also use like, I can also tell him to use Zustand or something like that, but I'm not going to do it. Interest, paywall, and so on. In the services profile, it has what? use profile that queries my profile. I told it not to use throw error, but it's okay. And it creates a profile. And when there is onboarding context, use onboarding. Yeah, something like that. Let's give it a test by reloading the application. And we see that we are authenticated, but we are not onboarded. So I can do, okay, primary goal, marketing, UX design, next, subscribe now. And here we have it. And if we look into the database, we already have a row with my name, with the goal, with marketing and design, with onboarding completed, and so on. And the next time I'm going to come to the application, it's going to know that I already have a profile, and it's going to go directly to the tabs. And I will show you the whole process, like if I sign out. Now if I put get started and sign back in, which I don't know the password again, which I'm going to have to go through the reset password flow. I probably need to remember the password, right? Let's update. So you see, even if we got out and got back in, we didn't go through the onboarding because the onboarding is already completed. So that's how you do like the whole flow of profile, onboarding, authenticated, not authenticated, and so on. Git add, git commit, onboarding, protected routes logic. Git push origin main. Okay, perfect. So we have onboarding complete. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start working on some screens. And these screens are going to be the next ones that we have here. For example, they have names, right? Yeah, they have names. So I'm going to re-download this, and I'm going to just reference, like now you implement only this screen, or now you implement only this screen. I have a zip there. I'll update it in here as well. Hopefully it's this one. I don't know. Copy folder. Let me delete the previous one, and for this one to rename it. So, it doesn't have all the screens. It's either I copied like the wrong folder. Now, screens. Yeah, it's not educational. I don't have all the screens. What am I doing wrong? Maybe they are not connected. That's why. Connect screens. Auto. It connected or what? Oh, okay. Okay. And my workflow nowadays is so much different than it was 1 year ago. It's crazy. Let me know what other AI tools are you using to build fast. So let me try to Okay, let me unzip it and bring it here. Copy, replace, and yes, now I have more screens. So what I'm going to do, first let's do git add, git commit more UI screens. And let's take Claude to implement the home screen based on the screen with a name learning dashboard. Implement the home screen, which is the tabs slash. Why I'm here? Let me. Implement the home screen in the tabs slash in home slash index based on the design from learning dashboard it's called, and then docs from the course prototype folder. Let's do it this way. So now we're going to work on some UI. And after we're going to have a UI, based on the UI, we're going to generate the database and all the functionality like inserting, fetching, and so on. So first UI, then database schema, then interactions like reading, writing, fetching, and so on. what's going on there. It's still reading and planning. So in a second, it's going to start implementing it here in the home screen. Okay, let's do yes. And here we have it. Look at that. Look at that. Everything working with scrollable, with buttons, with... That's amazing. Top bar. Avatar from Clerk. So this is avatar from Clerk. Username is real, and so on. Perfect. Now let's, I will say, commit these changes because I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I want to implement the search as well, and the search for us is it's this one, right? And it's called course search feed. But I don't really want to change anything in terms of the search because I want to use the native search functionality of them. So let's say implement the search screen UI in the search tab based on the design from search. Where is it? Course platform. Let me check in the screens. It's called course search feed. This one. I don't want to rebuild the search input bar. We should use the native search of the stack of the tab or something like that. Let me check. Expo native tabs search. It should be search somewhere. Separate search tab. Like this one. Stack.search bar. Using this and this. Let's see if it will understand what I mean by that. I'm again without water, so I'm going to be back in a second. So it's doing something. I don't know what. But at least it has this search tab, which that's what I wanted. And I think it's, yeah. It's doing something. Even like this is working nice. I don't know yet. Wait a second. Git add. The search itself is not working. The search bar, I don't see it. If I go to the search, it's not there because scroll view. Search context. What? This is stack.screen. No, this one. The stack.search bar should be rendered inside the screen itself. That case, you don't need a context. So yeah, it should be just take the screen, and inside the component, it can render this flat list, this text screen. I can show you exactly what I mean here. It should be, yeah, this one. Stack.search bar. And if I search React, search the lowercase, what? On change text. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's not exactly like that. I think it's e dot native event dot text. Is it? So if I do React, yes. If I do TypeScript, yes. Perfect. And it also has like the header, the filtering. Oh my God, it's so good. I love it. Perfect. Let me do one more thing to get this course item out, right? Let's extract and have one component per file. Extract the course item and the category chip to components, source components folder. But if I don't put role search, it's not going to go to the right. It's going to be here. Yeah, but it's not going to have the search is going to be at the top in this case. No, I'll have it with role search. I think that's really nice. Everything is very smooth. What did I ask last time? Oh, to move to separate components, and it did. Category chip and components, course item. Use camel, not camel. I forgot what's the name of the case. Capital case for the component files. Okay, perfect. I like it. React Native, yes, it works. Commit. That's it. Search is done in terms of UI. Now we need to, when pressing on this item, to go and open the detail page of the component. And the detail page is this one, course details. Implement the course details page as a new screen, but it shouldn't be in the tabs. I want it outside in the as a new screen outside the tabs with the URL course/ID. This is dynamic. Build the UI based on, and let's see the name of the screen. Course details. Course details. Details. Okay, let's see. Here we have it. So it created a new folder course ID. It added in the layout here together with the tabs. That's good. It again has this error. Okay, so now if I go, for example, in the search and press on this item, it doesn't do anything. On home screen, it still doesn't do anything. Pressable bell size. Now, in the search, when I press on a course, redirect to this page. Look at this. This is also working. So yeah, now if I press, I'm redirected here. In the header, use native back buttons, and for the share you can use the stack tooltip. That's a new thing, tooltip. Expo tooltip. No. No. Expo native tabs. I think it's part of a native tabs tooltip. I forgot how to do it. Or is part of a stack. Expo stack tooltip toolbar. Stack toolbar. Yeah. You can use stack toolbar. Basically an API to render things either top, left, right, or on the bottom of the screen. Does it also work on the home screen? No, because on the home screen probably it uses something else. Some other cards. But we can tell it to use the same. Okay, here is the back. It should show a transparent header. Hopefully it will do. If not, I'll simply go to... Yeah, but it has header transparent. Maybe in the... this screen, maybe it uses... the hero image probably should not be in the scroll view, or... should I remove this one? Yeah. Perfect. So go here. It has native back buttons. It has native share. That looks beautiful. I love it. Good. Also redirect to this screen from the home screen recommended courses. So here, yes, it goes there. Perfect. Commit. I think from the UI we still have one screen left, and that would be the lesson player. The lesson player. Do you want to proceed? Yes. So let's go ahead and continue by adding the lesson player. Add the lesson player screen based on the lesson player. It should be a new screen, probably with the URL course course ID lesson ID. Update some structure if you have to. Let's see. Let's run it and then adjust based on the results. While it's doing, I'm going to be back. Yes. What? Okay, let's see what it's going to do here. So it's doing the lesson player. Oh, this is going to be the lesson player. It has the course, the lesson ID. Redirect there when we press resume lesson on the home screen. Come on, let's do it. Router. Here we have it. Okay, let's think what's going on here. I'm gonna go into the lesson ID. And let's figure out what's going on. the player. Red 50. I think like the video player is going to change anyway. Just don't understand what's going on there at the top, to be honest. So maybe I'm going to look here in the layout. Course ID. Header back display minimal. In the lesson, header transparent. Maybe I don't need this one. Yeah. Yeah, for now I don't really know how it's going to be best, but we're I think we're going to deal with this better when we are going to implement actually the player and so on. For now I like it. I don't really like the bottom part. So for the bottom part, because it takes too much space. The bottom part takes too much space. Do we actually need markers complete? Let's use a stack toolbar positioned on the bottom with just icons. Let's see what's going to do. Which color theme are you using for the ID? I think it's called Material Darker. Okay, we have here the... But can the icon toolbar where is the toolbar? Maybe without spacers, just to be at the like this, so I can move next, mark as complete, and go back. Let's have it like this. Maybe later we can improve it, but for now I'm good. So let's tell Claude to commit these things. Where is Claude? Commit. And with this we have our most important screens. We have a home screen. We have the possibility to search courses. We have a possibility to see the details of the courses with their curriculum, chapters, lessons, and so on. And we have a possibility to go from lesson to lesson, watching the video, seeing the description, and so on. So the next step for us is going to be to add the information in the database for these courses. Okay, let's do that together. So I'm going to tell Claude, check all the generated UI related to the courses, lessons, chapters, and update the database schema, adding the required tables and their fields. I'm going to switch to a plan mode by pressing Shift Tab to first see like the plan, and then like we are going to accept it or not. Lessons, chapters, and update the database schema, adding the required tables and their fields. Let's press enter and see what's going to be the plan. So now that our UI is ready, we're getting into the backend to set up our tables. So it's going to look that, hey, it has a title. Maybe we need a title, and so on. I think I'm going to take a seat because my back hurts. Hello there. Okay. At the moment, our database just has courses, and that's it. It needs another table for the chapters, because one course can have multiple chapters or sections, and then each chapter will have a list of lessons, and the lessons are going to be another table. Then each lesson in itself, like if we go to this, it's going to have title, it's going to have description, maybe files, like if we get there. It's going to have like a video. And then we're going to need tables that will connect, for example, a user with a course. So when we press on the enroll, we're going to handle the payment, like that's another thing, but we need to connect saying that, hey, this user has enrolled in this course. And then maybe have another section here with my courses to see all the courses that you have. And also the course progress, seeing how many lessons we have completed or not. That's another table. So in total, we should have around, we have course, we have sections, we have lessons, 3 tables. Then we have course enrollments that connects a course with a user. The 4th one, then the 5th one should be at least course progress or lesson progress that will connect a user with a lesson. That's the minimum. Let's see what Claude is going to generate for us in this instance. Here is the plan. Let's see. The UI screens home, search, course details, lesson player, display course. Okay. Changes, new migration file. Create, add course content tables. Alter course table, add column, rating. Okay. Review count. This probably should be calculated later, but okay. Total duration, lesson count, original price, and foreign key instructor, and it references a profile ID. Alter profile table, add columns, avatar URL. I didn't want that because that's part of Clerk, but okay. Role, company, strict days, certificates earned, total lesson complete. That's probably for this data. So I'm not going to change a lot of like small things. I'm going to look at the big picture. And the big picture is that, okay, we have courses, we have profiles, we have chapters. It has ID, course ID, title, and the sort order to be able to reorder. Public read for published courses, instructor code, okay. Create lesson table. It has UID, ID, chapter ID, title, description, duration, video URL. Maybe it needs an image or no? No, it's okay. Lesson resources, file name, file size, file type, download URL. Enrollments, that's the relationship between user and course, that's good. Lesson progress, that's what I'm saying. User, lesson, and so on. Update Supabase seed, replace entirely. Insertion order profiles. Instructor plus demo learner. Courses. Chapters, lessons, okay. Apply and regenerate types. Duration in seconds, denormalized. Denormalized. Okay, this was the decision, you see, is denormalized to avoid expensive joins on long list. Okay, stats on profile, simple counters, no join needed. Okay, for now it's good. Files modify, because we can always change that. Yes, let's accept this plan, and it's going to start implementing it. Error writing file. Why would that be the case? Okay, it created. And sometimes like create profile tables. Before I deploy to production, I can merge everything together actually. But it's not a big issue. Okay, now update the seed file. So the tables have been created. Now the seed file. Now we are going to apply the migration, resetting the local database. That would make us go through the onboarding screens as well, but that's totally fine. And it's going to recreate and seed the database. We see some errors. The UUID the UUIDs probably didn't work correctly. So they say that migration was applied correctly and the seed as well. So look how many tables we have. We can also go to the database and see how they all are connected together. Chapter, lessons, lesson resources, lesson progress, profiles here in the middle. Amazing, amazing what AI can do nowadays, guys. So if now I will, probably it's kind of ready. Like if I will reload, I'm sure that I will go through the onboarding screens because I'm signed in, but I'm not onboarded. My profile was removed. Yes. So I can go again. I should have a profile here with this user. And I don't know why I'm doing this again. So maybe I didn't select something. Subscribe. If error, throw error. Can I console? Or let's do on error. Yeah, let me try to stop the server. Something is weird there. npm start -- clear. Come on. Here. Duplicate key. The profile already exists there. Duplicate key, profile, primary key. But in that case, like, you shouldn't stay here. So is it a sign of a bug? If profile. Use profile. So there is no profile there. Console. Log. Data and error. Results contain 4 rows. Okay, there are, yeah, because I need to do the dot equal. ID is equal to const user equal I need to get my profile. It's very slow, like my PC started slowing down for some reason. Oh, it should be comma here. Let me close some of the tabs. Come on. Why this computer slows down? And I can also do here, say enabled only if there is user ID. So in that case, this should be like that. Expecting it to be a boolean like this. Okay, so now it works. Now it has a profile. If it wouldn't have, if it wouldn't have, it would go to here. And at the end, it's going to create it and come back here. Perfect. So the problem was that we were not filtering based on the ID. Nice. Now we have the database types, profiles, and so on. I think it's safe to say git add, git commit, database schema for courses, lessons, and everything else. Now let me go ahead and implement and fetch this data step by step from in every screen. Now fetch the data from Supabase in the search. So now in the search, we need to see information from the database. Like from here, courses, these are the courses. If I go into the tabs, search, the data should come from the course. And I think that's what it does. It will also update course item with information from our database. Perfect. I think these are coming from the database. I can do that by test, save changes. If I come back and reload, I can even search test. Yes, it's coming from the database. Perfect. Commit. Let's commit first. And now when I press on this, I want to fetch data from the database as well on the details page. Now fetch the course from Supabase and use the data inside the course. How is it? Course slash course ID index. I think that's the home screen of a course. Okay, so look at this. If I go to advanced TypeScript patterns, I see advanced TypeScript patterns. If I go to the Supabase and Postgres, I see Supabase and Postgres. Perfect. So all of this data is coming and displayed from the database. Is even the curriculum. Look, this is getting started with React Native environment, your first app, view, text, and so on. Business and strategy doesn't have any data, but some other, TypeScript, advanced auto layout. Perfect. Thank you for making me love Expo. I appreciate it. Okay, so only pre-existing profile error. I don't know what's there, but okay. I can fix that by saying or okie dokie, commit. How easy it is to implement things. The next step is to manage the enrollment, right? Like I search a course, I see it. When I press enroll course, we need to add a new row in the enrollments. That's what I will ask now. Manage the user enrollment in the course. When we press enroll, we add a new enrollment. If the user is enrolled, we can swap or we can change the information from the footer of the details page to start lesson. Start lesson 3. Let's add a new horizontal row on home screen displaying all courses the user is enrolled in. We do not handle payments yet. That's it. Let's give it a task. Services. It started with enrollment services. Use my enrollments. It added my courses section on the home screen. Think now if, let me try to see. If I go to advanced TypeScript and do enroll, that's it. It changed to start lesson. And you see, there is an enrollment here. If I go to Supabase and Postgres, enroll, it's there. And if I go on the home screen, I see my courses saying that I'm enrolled. And if I open them, I see start lesson. That's it. That's how easy it is. Recommended for you. If I go here, I need to enroll. Perfect, start lesson. And it automatically updates here because we are using TanStack query. So we have enrollment implemented. I think the next step is to be the lesson, right? Lesson. Let's do commit. Hit push origin main. So we have most of the things from the user side application ready. We have a home screen, we have a search. What's left to do is to implement the lesson page with information about the lesson, with a video player and so on, with ability to manage the progress of a course. So that's what left here. My suggestion is to leave this for the dessert and to start with the lesson page next week. Because as I promised, this is going to be a two-part series. Today, we focused mostly on the user-side application, but we also had to deal with a lot of architectural stuff, such as setting up our authentication using Clerk, setting up our database using Supabase, designing everything using screen designs, implementing the whole structure of our application with Expo router, with NativeWind, and so on. So maybe half of our today's project was setting things up, and half of it was productive working. But that's part of building with AI, because we need a good starting point, a good architecture to have good results. Next week, we're going to continue. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to work on the lesson page to display data. We're going to work on the video player. We're going to maybe add files as well, add storage in Supabase for storing our information. Then we're going to move into implementing the tutor side, where a course creator can manage their courses. They can create, they can add files, they can add lessons, they can manage the users, they can see analytics. That is going to be also part of this application, but protected by different role. For that, we're going to look into how to create multiple roles with Clerk and how to protect different parts of our application with different roles. We're also going to cover how to submit things to production, because now our Supabase is running locally. We're going to do that for Supabase, for Clerk. If we have time, we're also going to add social sign-ins with Clerk, like sign in with Google, with Apple. And that is going to wrap it up and create like this enormous project that is full, like everything is working. Today we also added the onboarding. I forgot to do that. So before we finish today, let me actually go ahead and show you everything from the beginning, how it works. So here is the quick demo. Maybe I can even do it like this, focused here. Here is the quick demo of what we managed to do today. You're greeted by the home screen. Let's do get started. And here we're going to be able to sign in. Let me actually go ahead and from profiles, enable to delete the row. Let me create a new account. So yeah, as I was saying, this is what we managed to build today, guys. The home screen, a very nice, beautiful welcome screen. Then we can press get started and start creating our account. I'm going to use a new account, brand new, so you see the whole onboarding flow. After pressing continue, we see the confirmation. This is all done and managed by Clerk. By the way, I really love the pre-built components by Clerk because they are beautiful, they are working, and I didn't have to do a lot, so that's amazing. We have automatically the verification code on email to make sure that users don't spam you. We can use a password and press continue. Now what we see here, can I get rid of this? No. Now what we see here is the onboarding screens. We designed this onboarding using screen designs, and we see all the screens all the way till the paywall. Here we didn't implement the paywall yet, but we can press subscribe. I think there is a small issue here. Yeah, after we finish the onboarding, we should be redirected automatically, but here we are. What do we see here? We see recommended courses. We can also go ahead and search for the courses. For example, we can search React Native. We can search TypeScript. Or we can filter based on the different things here. We can see details about the course. And if you enjoy one of these courses, you can go ahead and enroll. Once you enroll, you can start going through the course, watching the lessons, and you're also going to see this information here on your homepage as my courses list. You can also resume the course from here. What else? We can manage profile. We can update our name. This is also managed and implemented by Clerk, their pre-built components, which I really, really loved. Yeah, I think that's most of the things that we managed to do today. Actually, that's huge. That's really a lot of things, and all thanks to different tools that we've been using, such as Clerk, to Claude Code, to screen designs, and special thanks to Clerk for making this project possible, for sponsoring this, because without the support from our partners, it would be really hard to put together these long form projects that take a lot of time to prepare. It looks like I've been implementing everything today, but I've been preparing a lot to make sure that the result that we achieve is something helpful for you. So thank you very much, Clerk. Thank you very much for watching this tutorial till the end. Next week, we're going live with part 2 to implement, to continue this project and implement the second side of our marketplace, the tutors. And if you're watching this later, the video should already be on the channel, so you just go ahead and find it on the channel for the part 2. And I think that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.